and starts getting breakfast ready and rolling up bedrolls and, moving the 3 feet to get back on the road.
I'm about to be really, really mad.
Why?
Because apparently OBS picked an update and didn't tell me it updated and reset all of my audio filters.
So what does that mean?
Means that we have 2 hours of silence.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
But it's been recording. Oh, I feel dumb now.
Interesting.
I'm talented. That's okay. I started off with having issues with my camera. It was saying.
So were you able to change those settings, or is it still just recording silence?
No, I changed them, but it also said that my camera was in error, the USB drive for it, so I'm off to a great start today.
Interesting.
Yep.
Okie dokie. Excuse me. So you guys set out today, probably for the last day of this trip before arriving in Glimmermoor. As you guys kind of continue down the road today, starts to warm up a bit. The area is just kind of generally damp from having the melted snow. But you guys, as you move through the day, you kind of see off to your north, to your left there, while you're moving, what kind of looks like bobbing lanterns just inside the tree line of the Glimmerwood.
Prepare to fight.
You do. You see some bobbing lanterns in the wood. They're not like right next to you, like chasing you or anything, but like you see some lanterns in the woods just up ahead.
Does it seem like normal lantern light?
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
10.
They do seem to be fairly normal. Like the lights are bobbing in ways that it looks like it might be people carrying lanterns out there. Some of the colors seem to be a little strange though. Like they're not all like standard lantern color. Like there's sort of variations on that. It's not like anything like a giant pink light or anything, but.
Should we be worried?
Well, we can either try to avoid the lit up things, or we can go pursue them and see what they want.
I think if they're not heading our way, we should probably just leave them alone.
I agree with that sentiment.
I'm just going to keep an eye that way as we continue to travel.
Yeah, I mean we should just continue our way and keep an eye on those guys, or whatever that is.
Okay. So you guys see, it seems like as you guys continue, one of or most of the lanterns seem to kind of blink out, and you hear what sounds like deep in the forest. You hear someone kind of like cry out in pain, but then it's quickly stopped, and you don't see the lantern lights after that.
All right, well, that gives us two options. Go investigate the screaming, or mind our own business. Do we want to be city folk or country folk, I guess is the best way to sum it up.
Do we want to take a chance on an encounter in a heavily wooded area, or do we want them to have to come to us.
Get off me.
We could have Vendi maybe fly over it. Although it's wooded, so maybe not as well.
Why don't the three of you make history checks for me?
Yeah.
19.
Okay.
8.
13.
13. Okay. So, Nevis, you can't recall like the name of this thing, but you do recall sort of like kind of like an old wives' tale, or not necessarily an urban legend, but just like sort of like bedtime stories about how there are beings in this world who sort of eke out their existence by um, luring people into traps and things like that, and sort of taking advantage of them, of their life force and things like that once they've died or are close to dying. And you kind of recall like people being lured by like lights.
It's the deadlights.
Or one of those fish that has the little thing, or
They call it the dead marshes.
could be. That's what I'm looking for. I can't think of it now. It could be a Dementor who lives in a gingerbread house too.
Yeah, I'm not going in there.
I think I vote for staying out in the relative clear of the path and just keep really vigilant situation awareness, hopefully.
All right. Yeah, so as you guys continue around the Glimmerwood, you do wind up hearing a couple times, like you see sort of like random, what look like those lantern lights again. Every once in a while you hear like kind of like the sound of like faint whispering. But none of like the lantern lights seem to come close to you. And as best you guys can tell, like while traveling, there doesn't at this point appear to be like people attached to those lanterns. But kind of as you continue, the Glimmerwood kind of stretches back out to the north, stops being quite so invasive in the Evermoors, and it kind of opens up into the valley between mountain ranges, where you can see like silver moon down ahead, and you follow the river around this stand of trees and wind up arriving sort of right around supper time in the town of Glimmermore. As you guys enter Glimmermore, it's a small village. There are there are people basically who are trading furs, meats. There seem to be people who are making existences and being farriers and things like that. It's a very small, pretty modest town. I don't really see anybody in ostentatious garb or anything like that. You see one of the buildings is a little bit larger. Like there's a sign on the outside that it would indicate that it's the like the chambers of the village alderman. But like it doesn't seem like anyone's like running to or from there, like in servitude or anything like that. From what you can gather, it looks like basically everyone in this town works together to, make their existence, and no one is exempt from getting their hands dirty.
Do we notice if there's a tavern or an inn anywhere nearby?
There is in town a tavern. As you kind of ask around, basically say, where can someone get a drink? And someone points, over their shoulder to sort of a longer, low building. It's probably about the size of maybe 3 of their modest houses put together. And
Do we get a name?
honestly, so like this town is small. It's secluded. It's actually like technically off of the trade route from the trade route that even goes to Silver Moon and some of the other towns in the Northern Wilds. And the sign outside the tavern literally just says tavern.
All right.
Just like the sign outside the alderman's residence just basically said, alderman. So yeah, what do you guys want to do?
Is there a place to tie up the horse and the wagon?
Yeah, because this is like a sort of like a town centered around self-sustaining commerce and things like that. There are people that take horses and wagons out into the the forest nearby to trap and hunt and things. So there is a stable for you guys to bring your horse to.
Very
It's
much a pioneer town is the feeling
it
I'm
is,
getting.
yeah. The stableman. I need to look this up really quick. And tell you how much it's going to cost, like per day, to have the horse,
Boarded.
fed and cared for. It's not much if I remember correctly. I think it's like a copper. Okay, that's going to be in the equipment section then. Oh, it's going to be actually. So it's 5 silver a day for stabling for the horse.
Okay.
All right. Well, we can get around to that. I think right now what we need to do is just tie it up and go into the tavern and start asking around about old Tinkertop.
Okay.
So anyone wants to join me, I'm gonna stroll in.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
So I walk up to the whoever I can discern as being the barkeep, and I throw a gold down on the bar top, and I say, whatever your best is that these guys want, this is on me.
He kind of bows. He's cleaning some earthenware bowls and plates and things like that, and he says, of course, sir. Anything you guys want, it's for this price you could pretty much buy the building. So what'll it be, sirs?
The building.
Right. Shall I stay or grab my things?
Stay. We need somebody to run the joint.
All right.
All right. And just get general booze for now, and I want to get a feel of the place before we start asking questions.
You looking for some ale, wine, or we do have some spirits.
Ale's
Like
fine with me.
ghosts?
Begging your pardon, sir, not ghosts. drinkable spirits, but potable drinks. What was it you said that you wanted, Stock?
A regular ale is fine.
An ale? Okay.
I'll take that too. And then I don't know, you guys have anything to eat?
Yeah, we can scrounge up something from the back, I think.
All right. I'll take a plate of whatever you got and a nice big ale.
Right away, sir. And you, sir. He looks at you, Zenor.
I don't think I trust anything you serve here.
Sure, absolutely. Begging your pardon again, sir. And he puts down the stuff that he's cleaning. He goes into the back. Do you guys? So there's like a couple tables, like 2 or 3 tables. Basically, like 4 chairs at each table. It's a pretty small bar. There's basically like 2 or 3 stools at the bar. Like I said, it's 3 modest pioneer houses put together, so there's not a lot of space. Where do you guys sit at?
I'd like something against in a corner.
Yeah, something
That's
where we
fine.
can have keep a line of sight on the door.
Okay, sure, yeah. So, kind of the way this building is laid out, it's sort of a stretched out, or it's an elongated rectangle. The bar is kind of on one side. Here, let's sketch this out real quick. All right. So, the way this building looks, it's a small rectangle. Like I said, there's the 2 tables there on the left, the front door there. The bar is up in the back, and then the rest of the building is sort of behind a door next to the bar, kind of where the kitchen and storerooms and things are. He comes out to your guys' table with a small assortment of cured meats, and there's some breads and like a small like a portion of a wheel of cheese, and with a couple of steins of ale. The steins are pretty well worn, beat up. Like the lids aren't even there anymore. And you can see like from where it looks like they haven't been there for a while. The handles have been sort of soldered on or like riveted back in place a couple times, you can tell. But they still work. They get the job done. The ale, it'll get its job done. It's not the best ale you've had. It's certainly not the worst. It's not like skunky or anything like that. It's just not great.
Does it seem like it's gonna poison me?
No, not at all. I mean,
Okay.
it's just, this is a pioneer town. It's a low income place, so you get low income ale.
It's a
Okay.
natty light.
Yeah. It's a step above that. Maybe Bush Light.
So I'm gonna let Stock get attuned and feel comfortable. So I'm just gonna do a little sipping, a little noshing until he's ready to start conducting business.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll get
And,
about halfway through the ale, see who comes in and out. Not trying to down it, but taking my time sipping on it.
Sure. So being as it's a little bit before supper time when you guys came into town, people were still working out in the streets that you saw. So really no one's coming in just yet. You've seen one like older gentleman who you can't tell if it's age or drink that has him sort of stumbling about, but he comes in and he has like a small bit of wine. He puts like a couple copper on the bar, has a small bit of wine, and he leaves again to go back out to his job. Kind of gives you guys a little nod as he leaves. He says, something along the lines of, just a little nip to keep the day moving.
Before he leaves, I want to hold up a silver and be like, got a moment to talk? I like the old guy.
He kind of like looks. So he was basically like at the door when he said that. He kind of like opens the door a little bit, like looks up to the sky to sort of get a gauge of what time it is. He says, "Yeah." He says, "I can spare a little bit of time, sure. What can I do for you, sirs?"
We are here looking for somebody. You seem to have weathered a few storms here and may know whether or not this person still resides.
Okay.
We're looking for, if I remember correctly, I'd have to refer to my notes, but I think he's a gnome, a gnomish individual. On in his years, seems slightly eccentric, may live on the outskirts of reasonable travel, and is prone to the curiosities of magic.
Tinkertop.
You do. So I don't know if you could see my face while he was saying that, Scott, but this man was pretty confused by like the speech that Stock was using, and sort of the vagaries of it. You could see him mulling over in his head, the generations of people he's known. And you say Tinkertop, and he goes, "Oh yeah, Tinkertop is what do they call it? Oh, crazy old man Tinkertop. That's right. Oh, I'm the crazy old man. Yeah, Tinkertop. Man, he grabs a piece of the meat off the platter that was brought out. He says, "Hope you don't mind." He kind of takes a bite and he chews it over, and he goes, "When was the last time I saw Tinkertop? When was the last time anybody saw Tinkertop?" Takes another bite, chewing. Was it my granddad? It was my own late father or his father who told me about Tinkertop and the tower in the woods. But yeah, no one's seen Tinkertop in these parts for quite some time.
Do you know where that tower was?
It's about couple hours walk. There's a small overgrown path at this point. No one really uses it much. Heads sort of southwest out of the town into the woods. You take that a couple hours, you should probably see it.
What's the nature of the stories that are told about?
Well, um, at one point in time, people used to come here looking for him, and he would help them out, and they would leave again, and he would come into town and purchase provisions and whatnot for surviving out there. Didn't seem much of a hard worker. He didn't work much with his hands, so he needed to purchase. People always said that he paid quite well. I don't know where he got all the money, but eventually he kind of stopped showing up into town as much, and strange the strange folk that came into town heading to his tower really kind of garnered him a bit of well, you see, it's a small town. No one really wants that kind of attention on themselves, and so people began talking, and people started calling him crazy, and yeah, I don't think he was always called Tinkertop, but he eventually, whatever his name was, generations just called him crazy old man Tinkertop, and it just kind of stuck, and that's where we are now.
If he doesn't end up being like one of those crazy old Vietnam vets who lives in the West Virginia woods and has like claymored his entire property, I'm going to be disappointed. Okay, so we have a lead on where he's at. how long it's been. So we're looking at probably 120 years since anybody saw him. I only have one other question. Is there anybody else in town who we might want to talk, that you might recommend talking to, who knows anything else about Old Man Tinkertop?
No one comes to mind.
One unrelated question. When we were coming into town with the Glimmerwood to the north, we noticed sort of bobbing lantern light in the woods.
Oh, hi. Yeah. The will-o-wisps. There's many a young man been lured to his death out there.
So we were correct to avoid them.
Oh, absolutely, sirs.
Good to know. Alright, I will slide him a silver and thank him for his time.
He takes the silver, starts to kind of amble towards the door, stops at the threshold again, kind of wobbles a little bit, and turns to go back to the bar and puts the silver on the counter, gets some copper back, has another nip of wine, and heads back out into the street.
We just made his day. Alright, anything anybody else in town is interested in pursuing? Blacksmiths, restocks, any of that before we venture off to Tinkertop? Or do we
know
want
that
to
this.
take a night's rest since it is about supper time?
Yeah, I think we should probably find some boarding for ourselves and the horse, and just head out in the morning.
I don't think this town's going to have anything for me.
Unless you want a bunch of furs.
There's a wagon full of them if we go back.
So the gentleman behind the bar, he lets you know that there is essentially like a back room here in the tavern available for rent for lodging. He tells you that with the money that you've already given him, don't worry about it. And you see him for like the next hour or so, kind of like dragging crates and barrels out of out of this room to place elsewhere, and then lets you know that your room is ready.
All right,
Okay.
where is it that we can find the stables to take the horse to?
So it was just another part of this small town. You guys kind of walk out the door of the tavern, or look out the door of the tavern. You can see the stable. It's probably one of the taller buildings, just because the hays and things like that are stored in the upper level, lifted up there with a series of rope and pulleys, so that they stay dry up there. And the horses and other livestock are kept in the lower portion.
What?
It's a simple wooden building with a thatch roof. There's a stableman outside, kind of working on some things, cleaning some equipment and things like that. And so yeah, he tells you it'll cost 5 silver per day to stable your horse, and they do have storage for your wagon as well.
So we got lodging, we got the horse squared away. Take a night's rest. I got nothing else I want to do in town. I got the
Okay.
information I wanted.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, so you guys, if you, I don't think you needed anything, but if you did, go ahead and mash that long rest button. the room that you guys are staying in, it's very simple. There's a basically like room for bedrolls, and like a sort of like a couple pieces of furniture to like put your items into or hang them to dry and things like that. It's pretty obvious by being in here. If it wasn't incredibly obvious from him having to take all of the storage out of the room that you're staying in, they don't get a lot of guests. Nor are they very well prepared for the ones they do get, apparently. But
All right,
yes.
I've taken the coin out of my stores
Oh, for the stabling?
for the stable and for what I've given the barkeep.
Okay.
It should all be covered.
Cool. All right. So you guys sleep. You wake up to the smell of pork-related breakfast products cooking, whether they be bacon, Canadian or otherwise, and a few eggs. And eventually, as you guys are kind of stirring and getting your things together, there's a knock on the door, and the barman he pokes his head and he says, "Well, sirs, I've taken the damn it, what's the word I'm looking for?
Horse.
No, he's made you breakfast." And so yeah, you guys, sure enough, you step out and there's some fresh milk in a pitcher, and a couple plates of ham and eggs. So yeah, you guys eat.
He's taken the initiative and made us breakfast.
Basically, yeah. Thank you. Initiative would have been a good word. Yeah, so that's kind of, you guys are finishing up with breakfast, and you guys are heading into the wood. Are you planning on taking the horse with you?
That's a good question.
Is it gonna make it any faster?
Yeah,
Not really. No.
I would leave it.
Okay.
Stock's the one who paid for it, so
That's true.
The barkeep in this town hasn't given me the heebie-jeebies yet, so we can leave him.
I'm glad I've finally gotten to the point where I can play an NPC that you guys don't think is up to something.
Well, he did offer to sell us the bar for a single gold, so.
I thought we actually did buy it.
I mean, that was mostly a joke. It's peasant humor, Not that Xanalor knows much about peasant humor. All right, so yeah, you guys, you head into the wood. There is, as the old guy said, there's a trail that's been mostly overgrown, but still you can see where it leads. And so you follow that, and sure enough, after a couple hours of walking, you guys see a large stone tower, where the peak of it seems to kind of disappear in the canopy of the trees. And there's like a stone wall sort of around the grounds. It's not like a big stone wall, probably like 4 feet high, give or take. Parts of it have crumbled and things like that. There's an opening that leads up to what appears to be sort of the front door of the tower, the entryway.
Okay. Other than being, odd being a tower in the middle of the forest, does anything seem out of place for what it seems like has been a long time since anybody has seen this guy?
Meaning what?
Does it seem like no one has been here for 100 years?
So from looking at it, you actually see there is a small bit of like smoke rising out of a smokestack, like on a part of the part of the tower, and it doesn't look to be abandoned. No, it doesn't look like anyone has like brought anything here, so to speak, right? Like there's no like new tools or anything like that. You can see like there are several, like the wall, like I said, is partially crumbled. There are parts of it that are, overgrown with vines and bushes and things like that. And you see you see vines like stretching up the tower too. The ivy is pretty well established, where most of the tower, at least on some of us, most of the face of the tower is just green with ivy.
So it's not overly well kept and not overly abandoned looking.
Right.
Okay, so it seems like the look of it fits how long it's been since anybody's been here, looking for Tinkertop.
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck it. Let's go to the door and knock and see if we can find ourselves a tinkering top.
All right. So you guys walk up to the door. You knock on the door on the iron knocker, and it takes some time, right? Like it's probably like 2 or 3, maybe 4 or 5 minutes until you actually like hear noises inside coming towards the door. But you've come all this way, you might as well wait, right? And eventually you see the door crack open, and instead of seeing someone staring at you in your face, you wind up seeing nothing until you continue to look down, and standing at about 2 feet above the ground, like off the ground, is this old, super old, like bent with time and age gnome with a beard that goes down like to the ground and between his bowed legs. And so you see you see this gnome, and he's like, it doesn't even look like he's looking at you. He's so old, his eyes are like so old and squinty. Like he looks like he's standing there asleep. And he goes, what do you want? Who's there?
2 beads of coal
seeing as we
staring at
had
me.
to seeing as we had to like start to look down so far to see him, I want to just continue that motion so it looked as if I was bowing from the very start.
I'm just doing
And
the
I
same
say,
thing.
pardon me, sir. We're looking for a person named Tinkertop.
I'm sorry, you'll have to speak up.
I'm not yelling.
Stage yell. Just stage yelling.
Would you be Tinkertop, or possibly remember that your name was at one time Sibo Reese?
He kind of like stops, and again, because his eyes are so squinted and he's so low to the ground, also you can't tell if he's looking at anybody, if he's maybe fallen asleep standing up here. There's a period of time that goes by. He's still breathing. But he eventually he looks at he kind of looks up at you guys a little bit. He says, Sibo Reese, that's a name I haven't heard in quite some time. I suppose that was me once. Yes, Old Man Tinkertop, that's what they call me now.
Okay, Obi-Wan.
Says, please come in. You see he he lets go of this sort of apparatus next to the door. As you come in, it looks like an apparatus that's actually meant to, from his incredibly short reach, open the door that is built for mostly normal sized people. And you see him kind of like walking with his cane off pretty slowly. Like it takes you guys a little while for the 3 of you to actually clear the threshold, with enough space for the 3 of you to get in. You see his beard drags basically like perfectly between his bowed legs where he's not stepping on it, but it's also trailing like a foot or 2 behind him. Like the beard is bigger than Sibo Reese. And so he invites you in, and he as you guys kind of come in, you hear like a clicking sound, and the door behind you like slams shut, and you hear him mutter something like, "Well, I'm needing to fix that. It requires tuning." He says, when you guys get in, he kind of like leads you into like a sitting area. All of the furniture is normal people sized, and you see that there is like an apparatus resembling a high chair, so that he's like sitting at eye level with you guys, that he very arduously climbs into. Um, After a while of him just kind of sitting there, you notice that as he sits there, his like mouth is like constantly moving, like almost like he's like chewing on his like his gum. And so he spends some time looking at you, and he goes, yes, tea. And he like climbs back down. And before you guys can even really protest, he's already like most of the way down. And so he ambles off into the kitchen area, and you guys are waiting, and all of a sudden you hear all sorts of noises start coming from the kitchen area, like a crashing, a clattering of ceramicware, and the prolonged clatter of an earthenware bowl spinning down to rest on the floor slowly.
So,
you hear Tinkertop shout out, "I don't know why you're all thumbs. I only gave you 2 of them. I can do this myself."
a
As you guys
cacophony
kind of like,
dishes.
as you guys kind of lean and look in towards the kitchen, you see um, you see what looks to be a clockwork machine that looks like it was designed based off of nothing more than someone's description of the Warforged that you guys found. Like someone like told him a story and he built this thing, and it looks like Xanalor. You see like, okay, like I kind of see what he was getting at, but also like, wow. You see that it like it kind of steps back to this like almost like a docking station looking thing, and once it gets there, you see like the whirring of the gears and stuff inside slowly spin down to a stop.
Right now, I'm wondering if he did create the Warforge, and this is kind of like a initial
Prototype?
almost a prototype. Yeah, like a prototype
Warforged beta.
that's still functioning.
After some time, you hear the tea kettle sort of start screaming in the kitchen, and the automaton whirs back to life, and you see after a short time from there, you see Sibo walking out of the kitchen with the automaton following him, carrying like a tea a normal again, an average person sized tea set, tea service. He as he starts climbing back up his stool, his high chair, he says, "Set the platter down. Serve those guests." And Xanalor, the automaton hands you your tea first. It doesn't move very fluidly, and so as it hands it to you, a good portion of the tea spills out of the cup, like onto the saucer and the carpet. Tinkertop goes, "You'll have to excuse .com. I built him to help me with tall people tasks, but he proves to be more work for me more often than not."
When did you make him?
Kind of like drums his fingers on his cane. Guess it would have to be about 200 years ago at this point.
And did you make any others?
Yeah, this one's crappy enough. I stuck with the one.
I realize we have been remiss and didn't introduce ourselves to our wonderful host.
I was hoping he'd think that he forgot that we did already.
I don't know. He seems like he may have some sharpness to him still. This one I don't trust.
So as basically he sits there and he just sips on his tea for a while. It's like several like awkward moments pass. Like you hear like a clock ticking. You hear like the gears kind of slowly whirring in what the automaton that he referred to as .com. And you do hear like the ticking of a clock. I mean, you as players, that's not uncommon, but to you as characters, not a lot of clocks about. But so yeah, like a long period of time like goes to just in complete silence, and basically like right as one of you guys like takes a breath to say something, he goes, so what is it you want? Who are you? Are you here?
That's a bit of a long story.
I'm called Xanalor. These two have names.
They just call me Stock.
Well, sir, first I must thank you for your hospitality. I am Nevis from Neverwinter, and we have come to find out if you can help us in a particular way. We have heard that you are quite handy with, with magic items and creation.
And we should probably put all of the cards on the table with explaining what is going on with the college, that they would like to acquire some of your assistance with the ongoing issues.
What issues? Also, you said you're from Neverwinter. Are the Neverembers still on the throne?
No.
I guess I have to look back through through my notes here, possibly.
This would fall under common knowledge for us, right, Corey?
I mean, maybe not for Stock. Xanalor and Nevis, yeah, you guys know,
Yeah.
The Neverember family line, sitting on the throne of Neverwinter, did end with Daggalt Neverember after he was sort of disgraced following the Tyranny of Dragons, sort of like in between Tyranny of Dragons and leading up to the Waterdeep Dragon heist campaign. And that is for a number of decades now, the throne of Neverwinter has been taken care of by a steward, and you guys met the current steward, Niels Mayer.
All right, so we relay that information to him, and then we start going through the experiences that we've had with the, let's just say, the negative element that has been the plague these many weeks, months.
So, I'm just gonna tag on to that. You know, the disappearance of Salazar, the head of the college. That Varen has taken over. Cult's doing some crazy shit, trying to recover ancient artifacts, and we found a disabled automaton that is back in Neverwinter because I figured that would pique his interest enough.
It was probably much better than the one that you have, just deactivated. We can bring it back if you have an interest.
Or we can bring you back with us to the college and you can have free reign.
That would be better. That'd be better.
That would be much better.
And easier. He's smaller and lighter.
I'll have no part of the wizards and their drama. One man's cultist is another man's freedom fighter. Not my problem.
What about the metal man?
And the metal man does intrigue me. Tell me a bit about this metal man.
He was like yours, but like
better.
Or
lots better.
That comes useless.
But had been deactivated for a long time.
Well,
we weren't sure how to get it going again.
Did you try winding it up?
I don't think it was clockwork.
Don't think?
I'm not an expert, but it didn't seem to be gears. It was almost biological.
That sounds a bit like what I was basing .com on. Obviously, I don't have biological metal here.
Would you have known of anyone who was a possible student of yours or follower that?
Or teacher?
Students, no. I can't stand people.
I like this gnome.
Well, that's 2 in a row for you, Stock. That's pretty good.
Well, at the point you guys know Stock's history, you'll understand why he likes small towns and hates them at the same time.
One question. The people back in Glimmermore, it sounded as if no one has seen you in quite a long time, and you used to come more regularly. How have you been surviving without the provisions from the town?
Roots and tubers.
Potatoes and onions every day. Okay then.
Simple enough.
To cut to the chase, we are here in pursuit of arms, armor, and possible other magic items and potions of use in any forthcoming conflict we may encounter.
It sounds interesting. I can't help you.
We'll bring you more roots and tubers.
No, I didn't say won't. I said can't.
Why?
The pixies. They've stolen my tools.
Those little bastards. All right, where are these pixies and how do I kill it?
Well, God, if I know. If I knew it, I'd have my tools back.
Okay.
When did this happen?
Nah, it's been happening all the time. Take one tool, two tools.
How often do they show up?
Well, I've never seen one. I don't know.
Then how do you know it's pixies?
Because my tools are gone.
Have you considered that you're very old?
Make an insight check.
Can I make a quick investigation just to see if they're laying somewhere on a high shelf?
Sure.
10.
It appears as though he really believes that pixies have stolen his tools.
I only got a 9, so.
You don't see the tools.
Okay.
How is your memory?
What?
Do you remember our names?
Yeah, it was like Cots, Xandalore, and Seven.
I'm just expecting him to, like, immediately be reciting verbatim, like, Volo's Guide to Monsters or something, and then it just cuts back to, wait, who are you again? Oh, okay, so...
I remember everything. Sharpest attack.
What tools are you missing?
I am missing most of my tools.
Do you
Great.
have an inventory?
.com. Do you have a list?
Of the missing tools?
Do you speak us?
.com doesn't speak. Can you imagine? Having to speak with it every day. Talk. No, listen. If you find my tools, I will enchant a single object for free.
For each of us, or just between
Just
us?
one. One object. But if you don't get all the tools, then you don't get anything.
It's hard for us to get all the tools when we don't know what they are.
Even if I explained it, I don't think you'd know what they were. Are any of you artificers? Enchanters?
I'm a carpenter.
You're an idiot.
Damn.
I'll draw a picture. That way your feeble mind can know what you seek.
Ooh.
Wow, when did Sean get here?
Yeah, no. You sure you're not related to Albus Salazar?
I don't always like revealing everything about myself, but I am an artificer myself. So I would understand if you just told me what the tools were.
So yeah, he goes on to explain. Do you actually have any? Are you making a deception check?
That one was.
That one was okay. Go ahead and make a deception check then.
I have carpenter's tools, but I
do know
don't know
that.
how to use them yet. 21.
21. So he goes on to explain to you a number of items that you have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
Do I at
It
least
sounds like he's
understand
missing roughly a dozen items.
Okay.
He he hops down off of his high chair anyway. He kind of climbs up on another stool at a working table, and you see him start drawing. And he hands you the drawing, and they're labeled again with those words that you didn't comprehend really at all, like quantum spanner and things like that. Like, what is quantum and what is being spanned? Like, what the fuck? So you look at the drawings, and I mean, like, the drawings make sense. Like, it looks like a thing. You just have no idea what this thing is, or like how the hell it even pertains to enchanting items. But like, okay.
Would it be possible to take a more in-depth look around to see if there are any indications of, pixies having been here to
Yeah.
steal things?
Go ahead. Everybody who wants to look around and kind of investigate for pixie activity, make an investigation check.
I got a 16.
16
Mhm.
and a 12.
I only got a 7.
7. Okay.
We have one more roll if possible.
I think at this point, we're just gonna say that Vendi has fallen
Wandered into the woods.
No, because I don't want
He's
people like leaving the story, but he's fallen into that category of you're not sure what he's doing. Like you it's like thinking back, you remember he was there, but you for life of you can't remember what he was doing. Not that it was nothing, but just like what.
He's sitting in the corner catching flies with his mouth. Got it.
So as you kind of look around, you see a lot of schematics and diagrams and various notes and things like that on researching different arcane enchantments on various items. You see the schematics for .com, and holy crap, is that thing elaborate! Like from a crafting, like from a even from a smithing perspective, the sheer amount of material that went into this thing is insane. The fact that it fits in that frame and that it can move around is no small feat in of itself. Xanalor, you actually start to notice you notice that like most of the shop, while it is cluttered, there appears to be some sort of like organization system here, but you're noticing that in certain places around the workbench, things are placed in areas where they shouldn't be, right? Like there's like a potion mixed in with like a box of nails. There is like like some sort of alchemical powder hanging up. The satchel is like hanging up where there should be like like when people like hang their pliers on hooks in their garage and stuff. Like there's just things where like if you weren't a senile old gnome, you'd probably notice that like things were a little amiss. But so you point these things out, and Stock, you're looking over them, and you start looking around, and you actually do see you see signs that someone smaller than Tinkertop, even, believe it or not, was here. And as you look, there's actually like a higher like vent window where like a piece of like the it's like a circular hole like high up in the tower by the ceiling where like there's like a sort of like a grate covering it, a loose grate, You can see that there are like birds and stuff that have made their nests up there. But there is like a piece of fabric that is very shimmery. Definitely doesn't match anything here in the shop, and has been tied to the grate.
I'm gonna point it out to the party and be like, there is shiny fabric up on that vent with the damn birds.
What do you mean shiny fabric? I don't have shiny fabric here. I have no need for shiny things.
Do you have a ladder or something, or how far up is it actually?
It's probably about like 20 feet up. There is a ladder, and what looks to be like it's a broom that is a very long handle, and it looks like based on like the build of the ladder and the broom, it looks like .com gets on the ladder and waves the broom at the birds to get them to leave.
Okay. So not high enough to make it up to the vent though.
You might be able to climb the ladder and with your extra long reach probably untie the piece of fabric.
Okay, that is what I would like to do then.
Okay. So you climb up there. Ladder obviously pretty good build since it has to hold .com, which based on kind of what Nev has found out, also no small feat. But you climb up there, and it's like a small piece of fabric. You're not even really sure how it looks like it was like kind of a piece torn off of like a tiny garment and then tied on there. You look out, so you bring it down and you show it to the party, and it does look to be like a small piece of sort of a satin type fabric that is sort of innately very shimmery and glimmery.
Okay.
Maybe we should secure the grate while we're up there.
If possible.
Keep them from coming in and stealing more.
Keep the birds out for Tinkertop.
And keep the birds out, sure, why
not? Go ahead and the two of you guys make an intelligence check for me.
I think I'm average on those. Let's see here. 17.
11.
11. Okay. So based on the size of the window and like kind of its location, like up near the ceiling, you guys you gather that the vent is, or that it's there to be like a vent. That way, like caustic gases don't begin to accumulate near the top of the tower and lead to what is known as a wizard's meth lab explosion.
But is there any way that we can see to, anchor it tighter, the grate, to prevent things from getting in, or is it that the slats of the grate have been separated?
It's just that the grating itself was never fine enough to keep like tiny creatures out. That was never really its intent. No one wants like an owl flying into their house, but as far as like sparrows and swallows and things like that, like those are not very pesky kind of birds.
Okay.
Probably didn't anticipate fairies coming in.
Then it's going to be, I plan to show Tinkertop the fabric and go, what do you know of this?
Is your memory okay? I told you I have no use for shimmery, glimmery things.
Exactly. That's why I'm asking what you know of this.
Because I can reach that.
Do
you know what it is?
Where it comes from? Yeah.
It looks like you're showing me pixie clothes.
Do you have any knowledge of where pixies may exist in the forest?
I don't think so.
Motherfucker's lived here for 200 years and doesn't even know a damn thing about the forest.
I'm not an explorer. That's your job.
Roots and tubers.
That's what I survive on. Yes.
I'm wondering if those will-o-wisps were actually pixies in disguise. Is Could I investigate the fabric and see if there is anything of interest attached to it? You know, anything that might stand out, stains, scents, uh, any indication of where these pixies may have hailed from?
Hmm.
Yeah, how do we go about
a
finding these things?
make a nature check.
Let's see here. That comes out to 17.
Okay. So from the smells of it, it does smell as though it has come from an area where there is sort of there are trees, so you smell like tree pollen, and you also get a hint of like fungal spores.
Okay. So not much to go on that. Because of the average composition of the forest and it being near
based
water.
off of the check that you made earlier, so you had to untie it from up there, so it wasn't like something got snagged. So it appears as though that was placed there purposefully. I'll leave it up to you to discern why something shiny would have been placed up there in a gnome's house.
Then the next thing I want to think about is there an additional window on the same side of the house?
That would lead to the shorter portion of the tower where where the smoke you saw coming out of before was, which was presumably from the kitchen area, which based on the lighting you can see does have some sort of natural light pouring in.
Okay, because I'm trying to see. It seems like it would be a marker for the pixies to keep track of at least an entranceway on here. So I'm thinking maybe they're in that general direction. So is there anything that seems to stand out in the same general direction as the side of the house that vent stands on, looking through the window?
Well, so that side of the house is through an opening. That's where like the kitchen area that Tinkertop and .com were in making the tea.
Okay.
So, but like I said, there's some natural light over there, so you can see that like somewhere in that room there is a window.
Anybody else have any ideas?
Nope.
Because it seems like it's a marker for the pixies. The only
Yeah.
other thing I can think of is getting on the outside of the house up by that vent and taking a look around up there.
Let's do some free climbing.
Yeah.
Is there a way up to the roof?
Yes, there's an access ladder around the back, so that .com can do shingle work.
We could get outside and see if we can notice anything on the outside.
Seems like our best plan of action, seeing as we nowhere else to go.
Climb up to the roof.
Would the fact that that piece was put there as a marker indicate which direction that they would be able to see it from?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at, because it seems like it would be a marker like that for this is where you get in, and I was wondering if it was a line of sight thing for them on the side of the house.
Was it on the inside? Like, so you...
It was yeah, like the length of it was tied in a way that you would be able to like that. I mean, that's how you guys found it. It was tied in a manner so that it was like dangling inside the tower.
Right. I'm still going up on the roof just to
Yeah.
see.
Oh, hey guys. Yeah, sorry about that really long cigarette.
Mm.
Someone enchanted it.
Him and the halflings leaf. It's addled his brain.
Mm-hmm. You know what they say? Half link, half brain. All right, so where are we at?
Looking for pixies.
I sent you another message with kind of a recap kind of thing.
Cool.
So what is it that you guys wanted to do? Sorry, I don't know if something was said while I was typing.
Go up on the roof.
Okay. Who's going out there? Like, is just one person going out there to go up on the roof? Is everyone going outside? What's...
I'll go out there on the roof as well.
Okay. So why don't the two of you then make a perception check for me?
And my perception is
Stock alive.
For perception?
Like,
Yeah,
are
if
you getting up on the
you're-
roof?
if you're going outside to continue the investigation out there, if
Yeah,
anybody
I'll join in on the investigation.
I think he'd be better at looking at that than me.
all right. Let's see, whatever number this is.
Nope.
That'll be an 18 for me.
I got a 13.
Okay. Zandler, are you out there? Did you roll?
No, I'm just telling people what to do.
Okay. Your inner Geth is speaking. Okay, so Vendor, you while you guys are outside, so also to kind of recap, a piece of like glimmery, kind of shiny satin-like fabric was tied off on a grate covering a like a gas vent at the top of the tower, probably like 20 feet up. And actually, you see another piece of that fabric tied on a like a tree branch to the south of the property. As you guys like leave the front door faces south. So like it looks, so yeah, you see another piece of that on a tree like just outside of the like the stone wall that surrounds the property that Sibo calls home. That's before you even get up on the ladder.
Anything up there?
All right, making sure that I got this because I feel like I'm really Tarantinoing right now and starting in the middle. Sorry about that, guys. You said as I'm going up the ladder.
No, so as you leave the front door, so you haven't even gone like around the back of the tower to go up yet. You see another piece of that fabric tied in a tree.
I'd like to go up to that fabric, totally forgetting that I was supposed to go up to the roof, and I'd like to inspect it.
Okay.
See if it's within reach.
So for you as an averaged, the roughly average sized humanoid, yes, you can reach it. It is on like the lowest branch of the tree. And yeah, it's about, I don't know, probably like 6 or 7 feet in the air.
Cool. I'm 5'7", so at least I've got some hops. Yeah. So looking at it more closely, what am I looking at?
So it looks pretty much exactly like the piece of fabric that Stock untied and brought down from the vent. That same satin-like fabric that seems to glimmer and shimmer, like kind of almost with a light of its own.
Yeah. Something's special about this. Can I do an Arcana check to see if there's something other than the fabric itself that's making it so shiny?
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Probably not going to do it. Let's find out what my Arcana skill is. 7.
I mean, it's not like giving off like a magical energy that like, kind of like a similar to a light spell or anything like that you can pick up on. It seems like, maybe the fabric or the worms that the silk is made from have some sort of, potentially magical property to them themselves.
Yeah, I'd like to pull over everyone. So it's like, hey, I think I found another piece of a trail. You guys look around here, see if there's another piece of this fabric that we can follow.
Might as well. It's all we got at the moment.
Yeah, it's I mean, I'm used to following breadcrumbs. This is a little bit, more bougie than I'm used to.
You're used to following breadcrumbs?
Look, money wasn't pouring in for a long time.
So you guys, now that all of you are together looking for these pieces of fabric, you see kind of every 50 or 75 feet, maybe every like 10th tree or so, there is another small piece of this fabric tied off at what to you guys is fairly noticeable, to someone the height of little, bent over 2 foot tall Tinker Top, probably a little bit out of his eye line. And you guys keep following this, and it leads towards the south still, a little bit deeper into the forest. And after like another hour or so of following this trail, you guys wind up finding yourselves in a small toadstool forest that at first glance, at least, is seemingly empty other than the toadstools.
Hold up. I saw this once that might be dangerous, and I jump on top of the nearest toadstool.
You jump on it, and a bunch of spores come out underneath.
Cover my mouth.
Roll a
I take a deep
Constitution
breath.
saving throw.
It smells musty and toadstooly.
Is it such a pervasive smell I can taste it?
No, it's not quite that bad. It's kind of like
cool.
so Stock did like a nature check on the fabric, and it has like kind of like a hint of like fungal scent to it, so it's just kind of like a little bit more intense of that, but it's not like being in the sort of the constant rot state of the Evermoors.
Guys, I think I might have stumbled into a right answer here. We might be getting close.
Okay.
But just to be sure, and I step on another toadstool.
Same thing.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure.
Well, let's make some investigations and see if we can find some more traces of pixies here or more fabric.
Okay. Why doesn't everybody go ahead and make an investigation check for me?
9.
That one didn't get stuck on the side.
Yeah, I feel
12.
Okay.
3.
All right. So as you guys kind of look around, you don't really see any more of those pieces of fabric around at all. It seems fairly deserted around here, but it's also incredibly quiet. Stock, you actually you wind up not seeing anything, but you hear like for a split second, like a flit of small wings
Okay.
nearby.
Yo, what's up?
Could I try and pursue the flitting sound?
Sure. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
21?
Okay.
Yeah, 21.
So yeah, you're able to behind like one of the larger toadstools. It's at it like the sort of the mushroom top of it stands probably at about your neck height, and the trunk of it is actually quite large. It's probably about 2.5 feet in diameter. And you kind of like go around it, and you see like a small group of fairies of pixies are like hiding behind the toadstool stem, and it looks like they've been kind of like watching you guys. You hear them kind of like whispering in these little high-pitched voices.
Okay. Noticing the pixies, without taking my eyes off of them, I want to motion for the rest of the party to come over and go to the pixies and be like, "Hey, come out. We're not here to hurt you. We just need to ask a few questions."
Does anyone know what language pixies speak?
I'm looking that up.
I
If
was
it's
saying
still-
that in character.
Uh, I have a couple of options here.
Mm.
I'm gonna start off by saying in Sylvan, "Hail and well met," and then I'm gonna say it again in Druidic.
Okay. Does anyone? So other than Vershad, does anyone speak
I speak different languages.
Sylvan?
Not
Nope.
Sylvan.
Nope.
Okay. So Vershad, you hear them. You hear a small voice say back in Sylvan. Why have you come?
Yes. First, how are you doing today? This is really cool. I am not the strongest linguist in our group. Do you happen to know a more common tongue, and we can have our good talkers talk to you as well?
So they you hear them say, "No, are you here about the tools?"
Hold on one second, guys. Are we here about the?
Yes, we're here about the.
Yes.
It seems to
Whenever
be
anyone
that's.
asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
It appears that we are trying to broker a deal that is mutually beneficial for our you and our colleague, our acquaintance. I'm not sure the right word. I'm sorry. It's been a long time since I spoke, Sylvan. We're here on behalf of Mr. Tinkertop to broker a deal that would be mutually beneficial for you and us in exchange for the tools.
Is anyone else concerned that Rashad is the one doing the negotiations?
Very much so.
So
They
as
must know what he's saying.
Can you speak?
Don't worry, Xanalor. I'm certainly worried too.
as you explain to them that you are here about the tools, and you mention Tinkertop, you see like 3 or 4 of the pixies like turn to each other, and they like clasp hands, and they're like excited. They're like whispering back and forth. They're like, they're finally here. Sibo's gonna save us. Blah blah blah. Like just like very excited that someone has finally come.
Excuse me. We are a neutral party here. Sibo, can you offer some illumination so that we may create a deal that works for everyone? Don't worry, guys. I'm trying to convince them I'm on their side, but I have to tell you, I don't need anything from Tinkertop, so you're gonna have to coach me up.
Make an intelligence check.
All right, so it's this plus 2. Please don't be a natural one. 7.
Okay. So you know that Sibo Reese is Old Man Tinkertop.
I think we're trying to broker a deal between Old Man Tinkertop and Old Man Tinker.
So at this point,
Can you teach me their language really quick?
at this point,
What if instead you just I tell you what they say, and then you tell me what I should say? And I go to the pixies like, all right, so here's the deal. I'm going to start translating for this dude right here, but I'm going to use the I form out here. So if it says I would like to, I really mean Xanalor would like to. But once again, to make it clear, if I use I'm talking about. All right, Xanalor, what would you like to say?
What are they saying?
He wants to know what you're saying.
So as you as the pixies kind of finish their little celebration, you see about a half dozen or so of them come out from under the toadstool, and they start, like several of them kind of start investigating the members of the party. Stock, one of the pixies like keeps like lifting up different flaps of your leather armor.
I
And one of
would
them
not.
like tries to like or you see it like fly up and like it puts its little hands on like the face shield of your mask to try to like look inside and see who's in there.
Definitely a terrible idea.
Nevis, you see one of the fairies come over to you, and it like it puts its little hands kind of on your like on the burn marks that you have like on the side of your face from working the forge, and you feel
Quite
you
rude.
feel the like a it feels like a very tiny version of like a little bit of like kind of like a cure wounds kind of spell, like sort of like a little healing thing. It doesn't do anything, but the pixie's just like investigating you guys and seeing like what you're about. Xanalor, one of the pixies, comes up and like it starts like tapping on your eye patch and like kind of like floats over to like the top of it and starts like kind of pulling up on it a little bit.
You can't just tap on an eye patch.
So the pixie, one of the pixies, sorry, two of them fly up kind of in front of your face, Vershad, to like talk with you. And they say that they took Sibo's tools to get him to come to their forest.
Okay, so Xanalor.
Yep.
They believe that Tinkertop, his real name is Sibo, and that
We know
Sibo
this.
is going to help them. And they stole the tools to persuade him to come out and help them.
Not for nothing, but why did they? What made them think that Sibo would help them? He seems
Why
very
do they
much.
need Steve-O to help them?
And why? What do they need help with? Because we'll
Um,
probably be more helpful than Sibo.
Should I just tell them that we're proxy sent by Sibo in exchange for the tools? We are
Just ask them what they
gonna
need help
help them.
with. It seems like they don't have an interest in the tools. Just
No. All right. Excuse me. Can I get the name of who I'm speaking?
The fairy says a word in Sylvan that it sounds kind of like buttercup in common, but the word like has like zero meaning to you when you hear it.
All right. Buttercup. I think that's as close as I'm going to get. So if I'm mistaken it, please accept my apologies. Yes, we are sent by Tinkertop to help you in his stead. However, we will need the tools back for this exchange of services to take place.
So the pixie, whose name is approximately Buttercup, says to you that they will give you the tools if you can help them get rid of the creatures that harry their forest.
Good news, guys, is they're willing to give back the tools once we've accomplished a hunt, an extermination, a removal of creatures that harry them in this forest. I'm sorry, just making sure I'm saying this correctly. You want them gone forever.
The pixie, whose name is approximately Buttercup, says to you that these creatures are in the forest. They are not of the forest.
Just aberration. Where have we heard that? Oh, guys, I think we got to do this job.
have they heard tearing of parchment?
Have you heard anything that sounds like a ripping noise?
The pixie, whose name is approximately Buttercup, thinks about it for a little bit and like whispers with the other one next to her, and she nods her head yes.
Yes, I think they're things that we were already interested in. I feel like we've got mutual interest. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to say that in common. Yes, we have mutual interests. Sorry, code switching is tough.
All right, where is it, and how do I kill it?
Good news. We'll take the job. Can you at least show us the tools to know that we're not on a fool's errand, as well as any information that you have pertaining to what needs to be removed from the forest?
The pixie gives up on trying to lift Xanalor's eye patch and flies over and reaches like underneath one of the toadstools and pulls out the device that was labeled on the piece of paper that Xanalor was handed to as the quantum spanner.
Wonderful. This is a great first step in trust.
I start looking under a couple more toadstools.
One of the other pixies comes over and like starts tugging on your hair.
How about
Um,
half now, half
they-
on completion?
We'll do the job. Just show us where.
Yep. I feel like they've made a great first step in brokering this deal, and we should not try to push our position further. Where did I learn these skills?
All right. Give me just one moment, guys. I need to set this up really quick. I just need to move some things on the map.
You guys want to fight some pixies?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah. Oh,
They've done nothing to harm us.
How many pixies are there?
There's 6 that you can see.
There could always be more.
mm-hmm.
Are pixies dangerous?
When provoked.
Remember the swarm down in the tunnels.
I'm sorry, just to prove a bar bet. Approximately Buttercup. You're not one to be trifled with, are you?
Buttercup tries to make a really mean face and shakes her head no.
Well, if you
I believe that's your answer.
need some reference, end of Horde of the Dragon Queen, they made some crazy shit happen.
Yeah. But we don't know that.
Yep.
We don't know how much you broke. Yeah, you broke the summing spells.
Ask her if she knows anybody named Wesley.
Excuse me, do you know anybody named the Dread Pirate Roberts?
She asks you, "Are you talking about Peter?"
Yes. What's your take on Was that the reference you're making, Dan?
No, we just crossed references.
Like the Dread Pirate Roberts? Was that the reference you're making?
Yeah, that was exactly
Okay,
the
cool.
reference.
Cool. I got it, guys.
As you wish. I need to watch that movie again.
True love of these quantum spanners what brought us here today.
One of the lesser known is that you never go up against a Sicilian when death is on the line.
Do any of these pixies have 6 fingers on their left hand?
No.
Good. All right, we're among friends here, guys.
As we go down the rabbit hole.
And now I reveal my secret. I am Inigo Montoya.
Killed my fight.
I'm in Ego Montoya.
Killed my fight.
Have I noticed?
Before it tears
Have
to
I noticed that Xanlor just stopped using his left hand all of a sudden?
All right. So the pixies, they lead you into the deeper into the forest, away from the toadstool forest. It doesn't take very long to get there, but you guys arrive and you hear the sort of clicking chittering noises, like insectoid kind of noises of those monstrosities you guys came across with the sort of iridescent chitinous bodies. There's
What in the
a
Shamblers
there's
is
a
that?
huge one, there's a very large one, and then two smaller ones with it.
Mm.
Okay, so these are clearly Shamblers. Like it's. I don't know what the naming conventions are, but this one's a Shambler.
All right, prepare to fight. Have they noticed us yet? Is the important question.
Um,
Because if not, Fireball.
It seems like it would be a creature that would have something akin to tremor sense, so that's why I'm
um,
asking.
you as you guys enter the glade, you do see one of the smaller ones. It kind of like actually here. It kind of like sniffs the air, and this smaller one in the back here has it like turns towards you guys and lets out like a kind of sound.
Bone Claw is ready.
Okay then. Well, we might as well clean house.
All right. Why don't we have you guys roll initiative?
Okay. Outlive the cheese boss.
Yeah, there we go. That's a 6.
All right. 22, 25.
22.
Okay.
Looks like I'm gonna throw a lot of saving throw spells with the way that this dice is working.
All right. 15 to 20. 10 to 15.
11.
All right. 5 to 10.
6.
5. We are not going first.
I am.
Hey, that just lets them soften them up for us.
Mm-hmm.
Use the rest, and I'll be right back.
All right. So you guys, the smaller insectoid creatures, they I actually do have tremor sense. I didn't see that before.
I was just guessing.
You see it run like 20-ish feet towards you guys, and then it disappears underground.
Oh, good.
And there's a little like 2.5 foot diameter tunnel in its wake. This one goes to the same place and disappears in that tunnel. And you hear like the sounds of them tunneling.
Can we tell if it sounds like they're getting closer to us or not?
It does. The rumbling feels like it's getting closer. Stock, you're up.
All right. Well, seeing those two disappear and having no alternative, 5, 10, 15. I want to go there. 20.
You can also
I guess
just wanted to
go
Good.
ahead, Scott.
I was just say if you wanted to react when they pop out, that's an option.
Mm-hmm. Because they would be entering my range, is correct, right?
Yeah, you can also just attack that guy.
Well, the reaction is still a action that I could take if they're entering my
I mean,
effective area.
it winds up coming out the same because of your feet. Either you ready an action, which costs you a reaction when they enter the range, or you use your reaction to attack them when they enter the range because of the feet that you took.
Yeah, so I'll go after this guy and then use my reaction for whichever one pops up first. Fair enough?
Sounds good.
Alright, so let's go after the big one first and get that started. That's a 17 to hit.
That will miss. It actually your glaive bounces off of its chitinous armor.
All right. Second attack, total of 20,
That will hit.
and that comes out to a 14 for damage.
Okay.
And then, as a bonus action, I'll go for the back end swing,
Mm-hmm.
which comes out to 23.
That will hit.
Oh, wrong dice. That is 6 bludgeoning. And
Okay.
then, since it is... Yeah, I'll use my action surge to keep going after this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Is 22 to hit.
Okay, that will hit.
That is another 17.
Okay.
Next attack is a 16 to hit.
That will miss.
Alright, and then back end is 13, so that misses.
That will also miss, yeah. All right. That brings us to Xanalor.
I am going to get away from the things 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then I'm going to Eldritch Blast the big dude.
Okay.
Uh, 19 to hit for 9 force damage.
A 19 will miss.
Okay. Then the other one misses too.
Okay. All right. With that, Big In is up. The creature is going to it's gonna from where it is currently make 2 stabbing attacks with its sort of sharpened looking front appendages towards stock. The first one is going to, the first one's going to miss. The second one will hit with a 21.
21 does hit.
And then that's going to be for 6 piercing damage.
Alright.
And it's going to
Damage.
move there. And that's going to be the end of its turn. Vendi, you're up.
All right, let me make a quick measurement here. Where's my ruler? There we go. So 20 feet in diameter. So if we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, that's not a good idea. All right. I will start off with casting Shillelagh on myself.
Okay.
And then resistance on Nevs. So
Okay.
let's start off with that right there. And I will cycle 5, 10, 15. Where are you at, Zenor? 20, 25, 30. And that'll be my turn. So Neves, you have resistance to any mundane, like bludgeoning, piercing, slashing.
What does that mean? Like it's halved or?
Yeah, it's half damage.
So
Okay.
if it's just traditional damage, physical damage, you automatically take half until I lose.
Okay. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. With that, it is your turn, Nevis.
All right, I'm gonna try to hit Big Baddie with Guiding Bolt. Cast at the first level.
Okay.
That is a 25 to hit.
That will hit.
For 13, I believe it's radiant damage.
Okay.
Yes, it is radiant damage.
All right, and the next attack against it has advantage. Right, because you said guiding bolt.
Yes.
All right. Anything else?
Sure. For bonus action, let's throw the spiritual weapon out there.
Okay.
Gonna go right here.
Okay.
Come on. Go back it up there. That is also an attack roll. That is on a corner. I don't know how that happened. I don't think an 18 is going to hit him.
Nope, an 18 will miss.
All right, that ends my turn.
Okay. All right. So at the end of your turn, it's you guys continue to hear the rumbling as actually on either side of you, Nevis, the little ones pop back up above the ground. And so they're gonna make they're making an attack each at you. So that's a 23 and a 19 to hit.
Both will hit.
Both will hit. Okay. So that's going to be 14 piercing damage halved to 7 because of resistance.
I did a thing.
Which will end their turn and bring us to stock.
Alrighty. Well, I might as well make an assault at the one immediately in front of me.
Uh-huh.
You have advantage.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Ooh, a 17 and an 18. So, 25 to hit.
That will hit.
Alright. That is 12 slashing damage.
Okay.
And I'll use my second attack, so that is gone. Could I burn my bonus action now to give myself the fighting spirit and an advantage again right now?
Um,
Because I didn't
yes.
remember if the sequence matters or not. Okay,
I
I'll
think
do
so.
that.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, so I'll do that again. Natural 20 on that one.
Nice.
Nice. That's 3.
And that is 14 slashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't do that as a bonus action because I use my bonus action, but I can shimmy myself. 10, 15, 20. So I want to go... Oh, wait, that would give that one... There we go. So I'd have to stop right there.
Okay.
I just want to move around him. Unless I could go the other way. Can I go the other way? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, I'd want to go the other way and end up there.
Okay.
Yeah. And that will conclude my turn because I don't have my bonus action because I used it.
Okay. All right. At the end of your turn, it is Xanalor's turn.
Eldritch Blast each of the little dudes.
Okay.
Okay, 26 has to hit.
Yep.
That's 9 force damage.
Okay.
Then 14.
14 will miss.
Okay. So
Okay.
do left then right.
Yeah, I kind of figured. All right. Anything else?
Nope, I'm good.
No. Okay. All right. The creature is going to move here. And it's going to shoot acid out of its fucking face at Stock. Stock, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okie dokie.
Let me do some different external.
17.
17?
Yep.
Okay, so you will take half. All right. This is math.
Yes, it is.
Um, 26 acid damage.
And that's halved?
Halved would be 13.
Okay. Fuck this thing.
And then it's going to keep moving. Actually, no. It's going to... over the Nevis. You actually see as over the top of the insectoid monster next to you, 2 massive pincers like kind of come over the top and straight at you. And it's gonna make a pair of attacks against you. So the first one is going to be a 24 to hit, and the second one is an 18.
Beat it.
Okay, so both hit. Okay. So that's going to be 24 piercing damage, halved to 12. And now it is Vendi's turn.
All right, I'm going to as soon as I saw the shambler spit acid, I'm just going to scream to everyone. I could do something about that. The next time he spits acid, provoke him to go on my. And I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, because that should give Xanlor enough of a shot. Then I am going to cast enhance ability on myself, and I'm going to give myself Bear's Endurance for 2d6 temporary hit points as well. So let's roll those 2d6. So that's 8 temporary hit points, and advantage on Constitution savings.
Okay. So the resistance spell on Nevis ends with that.
Yes, it does. And then the entire time, I'm just going to take the shillelagh, bang it against my shield, go into the shambler and say, come on, you can't do that. And that's my turn.
Okay. Nevis, you're up.
All right. I am going to cast inflict wounds at the first level on the little one to my left.
Okay.
That's another. I don't know how this thing keeps catching corners. 20. That's a 20. Actually, 26 to hit.
Yeah, that'll definitely hit. Which one are you going after again?
The one to my left.
Okay.
To the west.
Mm-hmm.
Great. 16 necrotic damage.
Nice.
And then I am going to have spiritual weapon attack the large one again.
Okay.
19.
19 will just barely miss.
All right, ends my turn.
Okay. The little one is up, and it is going to make an attack on Vendi, since he's being loud and noisy.
Yep.
That's going to be a 23 to hit.
Oh, hit so hard.
And that will be for 6 piercing damage.
Okay. Oh,
Um,
so I'm down to 2 temporary hit points now.
and then Stock, it's your turn.
Alrighty. Then I shall do the thing again where I burn a fighting spirit to gain advantage and 5 temporary hit points.
Mhm.
Because dying is bad. And I'll go after the big one again.
Okay.
Another natural 20.
Jesus.
And a 4. So, 18 slashing damage.
Okay.
Oh, damn, I'm a dumbass.
Why?
So, as a bonus action, you can give yourself advantage on weapon attack rolls until the end of the current turn.
Mm.
I'm a dumbass, so I have advantage for all of my turns. Or for all my attacks on the turn.
You are stupid.
I am very. So, that is a 22 to hit. I rolled a 15. I have been using that wrong the whole time. That is 12 slashing damage.
Okay.
And and that's a bonus action to do that. Burn that, but okay, so I'm done.
Okay. All right. Xanalor, you're up.
I'm going to run into the fray here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then green flame blade.
Okay.
Is this like in Shaun of the Dead where we're all just hitting the zombie in the head at the same time and just making a circle around it?
22 to hit.
That will hit.
That's 5 piercing.
Okay.
Checking John the bartender, right?
Yeah.
3 fire.
Okay.
And then 7 more fire jumps.
All right.
Yeah, but Langolier still can't look up.
Okay. With that, it is Biggin's turn.
Come on, at me, at me, at me.
Biggin turns to you guys, and I need Xanalor and Vendi to make dexterity saving throws.
Nope.
12 plus 15.
4.
Okay. You barely pass, Vendi.
Is this acid damage?
Yes.
At the 3rd level, I'm going to cast Absorb Elements, having the damage again.
Okay.
And this will be my final 3rd level spell slot of the day.
So it's 28 damage to Xanalor,
Yay.
which would be 7 damage to Vershad.
Yep, so it's 5 damage for. And then I have, this time because it's the 3rd level, 3d6 acid damage stored right now.
Okay. And then it is going to make a pair of attacks with its claws again at Vershad.
Okay.
That is a natural 20 for the first one, and the second one is a fail. I did that thing again, guys, where I rolled the same dice value on both dice both times. All right, so on the first one, that's going to be 24 piercing damage.
Ouch.
And on the second one, that's going to be 6 piercing damage.
I thought you said the second was a fail.
You're right, it was. So just the 20,
Mhm.
the 24 piercing damage from the first one.
Cool.
All right, with that, it is Vendi's turn.
All right. This time, I still got the shillelagh up. So I'm going to imbue the acid damage into the shillelagh this time. And I'm going to smack at the big shambler.
Okay.
So this number plus 8 to hit. Please don't fuck me. Fuck. It's a 9, and what happens to the acid damage? For my next melee attack, the first time you hit with the melee attack on your next turn. So I still have it, and then I guess as the bonus action, I'm going to give it to Xanalor because I natural one. Fuck. All right, that's my turn.
Okay. Nevis, you're up.
All right, I am going to once again cast Inflict Wounds. This time on the little one to my right. First
Okay.
level. That is a 23 to hit.
23. That will hit. Ven, did you say you use your bonus action to transfer the energy?
I can't do that, can I? Because
No, it's an action only.
Fuck. Okay, well then it just died. Damn it.
All right.
Fuck.
What's the damage for the inflict wounds?
That would be 17 necrotic.
Nice. Okay.
I
You can
rolled
hear the
a
desiccation
10.
inside its husk. All right. With
And
that,
bonus action. Sorry.
yes,
Spiritual weapon
right on the big one, right?
on the big one.
Okay.
Oh, bummer. 17. Normally that would hit, but I think I'm.
Yeah, this thing's shell is just a bit too thick.
I am SOL on that one. And my turn.
All right. With that, as kind of a last-ditch effort, the one next to you is going to make another attack towards you. That's going to be I think a 15 to hit.
Misses.
Yeah. Misses. Okay. Stock, you're up.
Alrighty, then burn my last fighting spirit for the advantages
Mm-hmm.
and start swinging. That is a 26 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
19 and a 3. That is 10 slashing damage.
Okay.
And next attack is a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
And that is total of 10 slashing damage.
All right.
And that's all I can do.
Okay. Xanalor.
Green Flame Blade again.
Grim from Burr.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
Nice.
Nice.
Way to go.
And I rolled a 4 on that, so that's 8 plus 3. I always forget this. Yeah, 11 piercing.
Okay.
Dang it, 1 fire.
So it's 2 fire.
Yes, 2 fire.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2. Does that happen too for the second flame?
Yes.
So 4 plus 5, 9 fire.
Okay.
Jump to the second guy.
Nice. All right. Big one is up again. And is going to make a make a stabby claw attack at Stock and Vendy. The one against Stock is going to be a 24 to hit. The one against Vendy is going to be a 19.
Oh yeah,
Hits.
that 24 hits.
Okay. All right. So against Stock, that is cocked. That's going to be 7 piercing damage, and it's going to be 9 piercing damage to Vendy.
Okay, 7 piercing.
And Vendy, you're up.
All right. Shit. I don't have any third level spells. I got second levels. All right. I gotta cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Okay.
At the second level. So that'll be 2d8 plus 5 hit points. So
Then you said
21 hit
something
points
about
back.
having some acid damage in reserve or something.
Yeah, but the way that
Last
we changed the spell is that I have to use an action to give it, and because I tried to attack
Oh,
and I natural one, it doesn't stay on. So it left at the end of my turn no matter what.
oh, okay.
Yeah. And with my bonus action, what else can I? I want to drop a healing. No. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
I needed to spend the turn just getting it so I wouldn't get insta killed the next time around.
Yeah. All right, Nevis, you're up.
All right. I think I want to do guiding bolt again,
Okay.
but this time I'd like to do it at the second level
Mm-hmm.
against the remaining big guy there.
Wait,
Son of a bitch! 17 again.
hold on a second. I did the math. Keep on going. I did the math wrong because they gave me 3 die 2. So that's the first 2 were 14 plus 5. So I got to take 2 life.
What was the 17 to hit, Dad?
Yeah, that was 17 to hit on the guiding bolt, which is
Oh,
not
okay.
going to.
Yeah, that will miss.
All right, send spiritual weapon. Try it again. Oh, nice. That's going to be a 26.
That will hit.
Damn it. That is. Don't remember. 7 radiant damage.
Okay. All right, Stock, you are up.
Alrighty. The big in there is still there, and I have no more uses of fighting spirit. So attack. That's not gonna hit.
What happened to 4 o'clock?
Fuck you. Failure critically on that one.
Okay.
So
That
I
was
got
that was both of your attacks.
yeah, and then I still have a bonus action that I can do. Because
I thought you said I thought you said you used your last fighting spirit for this turn.
no, I don't have any left.
Oh, okay.
So no, I need this thing to cooperate. They changed some shit on it where I have to move to a different one or hit enter, and then okay. So back end. Actually, I'll play it safe and use my bonus action for second wind.
Okay.
And that didn't do me all that great. It got me 6 back.
All right, Xanilor, you're up.
Let's just Flame Blade because I'm already in front of him.
Okay.
Nope, 10 to hit.
All right. This thing is up again. It's going to make a pair of claw attacks on Nevis and Xanilor this time.
Okay.
Let's see. Against Nevis, that's going to be a 19, and against Xanilor, it's an 18.
Hits.
Hit.
Okay. So against Nevis, that's going to be it's 14 piercing damage, and against Xanilor, that was 8 piercing damage.
Cool.
And Vendi's up again.
All right. You know what? I need to redeem myself for missing with the shillelagh so bad, so I'm gonna hit it. Take another whack at it.
Okay.
That's a 16 plus 8, 24.
That will hit.
All right, and then 8 plus 5. That will be 12 magical bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then using the stagger rule, I'm going to back up a little bit. 5, 10, and that's my turn.
Okay. All right, Nevis, you are up. This thing looks very haggard.
I have a question. Do I need to be within melee range of the creature to be able to take advantage of stock having flanked it?
Um,
Or have I
yes.
been missing that?
Yeah, you would need to step in because you currently are not in melee range with the creature.
Right. All right.
And you can
Look-
stand on top of the dead one if you need to.
Right. I get that. You know what? I'm actually going to step into it. Put it there for clarification. And I'm going to use the cantrip Toll the Dead.
Okay.
It needs to make a DC 16 Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. That's a natural one.
Beautiful. That becomes, because he's got damage already, becomes 12 siders.
Mm-hmm.
For 18 necrotic damage.
All right. How do you want to do this?
Woo!
Wow. Toll the Dead is a necromancy spell. So how about this really nasty green-black smoke comes out of my hands. My hands are like kind of cupped in front like this,
Okay.
focused on it, and I look at the thing and I just say, I don't care how hard you are to hit.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to end our session there for the week. We will pick up next week with you guys returning to the Pixies and Old Man Tinkertop.
Dun dun dun.